Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Great Rift stretched across the continent like an ancient wound, its jagged edges still raw after 1,000 years. To the east lay the crystalline spires of the elven realm of Luminara, where gossamer bridges spanned between towers that caught the light of dawn and transformed it into rainbow cascades. To the west rose the iron-crowned mountains of Dwarves, where the dwarven forges never ceased their song of hammer and anvil. Between them lay only emptiness, a chasm so deep that none who had ventured into its depths had ever returned to tell their tale. In this fractured world lived Lyrian, who belonged to neither realm and both. Her mother's elven grace showed in her lithe movements and pointed ears, while her father's dwarven heritage manifested in her sturdy frame and the subtle gleam of gold in her silver eyes. She had spent her life hiding in the shadowlands that bordered the rift, moving between abandoned ruins and forgotten places where neither elves nor dwarves deigned to look. But on this day, as she knelt in one such ruin to gather herbs for her healing pouch, the very earth beneath her fingers began to glow. Tiny crystals emerged from the soil, their light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Where drops of her sweat fell, withered grass sprang back to life, and ancient moss burst into unexpected bloom. Lyrian stumbled backward, her heart pounding. In all her years of healing work, she had never seen anything like this. "So it begins," said a deep voice behind her. Lyrian whirled, her hand going to the knife at her belt, but what she saw made her freeze. A man stood there, tall and gray-cloaked, but as she watched, his form rippled like water, and in his place stood a massive silver wolf, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "I am Fenris," the wolf said, its voice the same as the man's. "And you, Lyrian, are the one we have waited for." Thus began a journey that would shake the foundations of both realms. Fenris, a member of the ancient Shifters Order, revealed to Lyrian the truth of her heritage. The blood that flowed in her veins, both elven and dwarven, carried the power to heal not just simple wounds, but the land itself. The Great Rift was no natural formation, but a magical wound inflicted deliberately during the ancient war. And now, 1,000 years later, what lay trapped beneath it was stirring. "Your existence is no accident," Fenris told her as they traveled north along the rift's edge. "The prophecies speak of one born of both worlds who would come in the time of awakening. But to heal the land, you must first unite what was sundered. The elven crystal scepter and the dwarven iron crown together, they hold the power to mend what was broken." But even as Lyrian learned to control her newfound powers, others had sensed her awakening. From Luminara came the Twilight Hunters, elite elven trackers who viewed her very existence as a blasphemy against their pure bloodline. From Dwarves, the Iron Guard marched forth, determined to capture the abomination that threatened their ancient traditions. Yet for every hunter that pursued them, Lyrian and Fenris found unexpected allies. A young elven scholar named Ethril, cast out for questioning the orthodox histories of the war. A dwarven artificer called Brahm, whose mechanical creations bridged the gap between magic and science. Together, they formed a fellowship bound by something stronger than blood or tradition, the dream of a healed world. Their quest led them into forgotten places, the crystal archives of the elves, where the true history of the war was hidden in songs too dangerous to sing. The deep forges of the dwarves, where the iron crown was kept under eternal flame. With each artifact they recovered, Lyrian's power grew stronger, and the land itself seemed to respond to her presence. Withered trees burst into bloom, dry riverbeds began to flow again, and the very stones of ancient ruins realigned themselves as she passed. But with each success came a terrible revelation. The Great Rift had not been created out of hatred between elves and dwarves, but out of desperate necessity. Far beneath the earth slumbered an entity older than both races, the Worldworm, a being of such power that its dreams could reshape reality. The ancient war had been a ruse, a carefully orchestrated performance to channel enough power to create the rift and trap the Worldworm in endless slumber. Now, after a millennium, the seals were weakening. The Worldworm stirred in its sleep, and its dreams were leaking into the world above. This was what Lyrian had been sensing through her connection to the land, not just the wound of the rift, but the ancient power struggling to break free. The final battle came not against elves or dwarves, but against time itself. As the Worldworm began to wake, reality around the rift began to fracture. Lyrian stood at the edge of the great chasm, the crystal scepter in one hand, the iron crown in the other. Behind her, for the first time in 1,000 years, stood representatives of both races, not in battle lines, but united in desperate hope. The prophecy was misunderstood, Ithril realized in the final moment. It's not about mending the physical land, it's about healing the rift between our peoples. That's the power needed to renew the ancient seals. As the Worldworm's power surged upward from the depths, Lyrian did not fight it. Instead, she opened herself to all that she was: elf and dwarf, healer and catalyst, bridge and barrier. The artifacts in her hands resonated with her dual nature, and the very magic that had been used to create the rift transformed through her, becoming not a weapon of separation, but a tool of unity. The rift remained, but it was changed. What had been a wound became a bridge, its walls studded with crystals that glowed with the light of the forges below, its air filled with the mingled songs of both peoples. The Worldworm was not destroyed, such power could never be destroyed, but its dreams were transformed, becoming not nightmares of destruction, but visions of creation that would inspire both races for generations to come. And Lyrian, no longer hiding in shadows, became known as the Rift Speaker, her very existence a reminder that the strongest magic comes not from purity, but from union. In the decades that followed, a new city grew around the transformed rift, neither purely elven nor entirely dwarven, but something new and wonderful, where the spires of crystal and towers of iron rose together against the sky, and the children of both races played in gardens where flowers bloomed in soil flecked with gold. The Great Rift remained a scar upon the land, but like all scars, it had become a mark of healing, a reminder not of what was lost, but of what had been gained through understanding, courage, and the power of a heart that dared to bridge two worlds. Story 2: The Cursed Forge's Price. In the depths of the Iron Spine Mountains, where ancient forges burned with eternal flames and the ring of hammers echoed through stone halls, young Drogath stood before his inheritance, a forge unlike any other. The black anvil seemed to drink in the light around it, and the flames that danced in the hearth bore an otherworldly purple tinge. This was the legendary Soulforge, passed down to him by his master Grim Steelbeard, along with its terrible secret: any weapon forged in its flames could strike down even the immortal. But each blow dealt by such a weapon would drain the life force of its creator. The forge had claimed Grim in the end, turning his once robust frame into a withered husk after crafting weapons for heroes who never truly understood the price of their glory. Now it fell to Drogath, barely past his 100th year, still considered young among the dwarven folk to bear its burden. On the eve of the winter solstice, when the mountain winds howled like lost souls through the ancient halls, she came. Tall and graceful as moonlight on water, the elven warrior Sylvanes moved with the fluid grace of a hunting cat. Her armor, though beautiful, bore the scars of countless battles, and her eyes held the weight of millennia. "I seek the Forge Master who can craft weapons to harm the immortal," she declared, her voice carrying both command and desperation. "The Shadow King's armies march from the Nightlands, and soon eternal darkness will cover all we hold dear." Drogath studied her from beneath thick brows. "The price of such weapons is steep, my lady." "Perhaps steeper than you know. Whatever the cost, I will pay it," Sylvanes replied, and from her cloak she drew forth a crystal vial filled with what appeared to be liquid starlight. "This is celestial dew, gathered from the first morning of creation. A single drop can enhance the properties of any metal tenfold, but it wasn't the precious reagent that made Drogath's breath catch, it was the ring upon her finger, bearing the same mark as the runes etched into his forge's base. "That symbol," he said slowly. "Where did you get it?" Sylvanes' expression darkened. "It was a gift from my brother before he was lost to darkness. Before he became what you know as the Shadow King." Thus began a tale far more complex than a simple commission of arms. Over the next days, as Drogath worked the forge with increasing skill and decreasing strength, Sylvanes shared the true story of the Shadow King. He was Thaler, her twin, and together they had been guardians of the ancient elven realm of Luminoth. But Thaler had discovered forbidden magic in the depths of the Void Archives, magic that promised to make their realm invulnerable to any threat. The spell required a sacrifice one twin to anchor the power, while the other would be transformed into an instrument of ultimate protection. But the magic was corrupted, and instead of protecting Luminoth, it turned Thaler into a being of pure shadow, twisting his noble intentions into a desire to plunge the world into eternal night. "We thought we could imprison him in the void dimension," Sylvanes said, watching as Drogath folded starlight into steel. "But after 1,000 years, the barriers are failing. He returns not just for revenge, but to complete what he believes is his sacred duty to protect our people by transforming the world into a realm of endless shadow, where no threat can ever reach us," as Drogath worked, each strike of his hammer sending ripples of purple energy through the metal. He felt his own life force ebbing. His beard, once dark as mountain stone, began to show streaks of gray. His hands, though steady at the forge, trembled when at rest. Yet he pressed on, driven by both the urgency of their need and the growing connection he felt to Sylvanes' quest. The weapon they created together was unlike anything forged before, a glaive of starlit steel and shadow-touched iron, its blade etched with runes that seemed to shift and change in the light. But as the final quenching approached, Drogath made a discovery in his master's old journals that changed everything. The Soul Forge itself was created by Thaler in the days before his transformation. It was meant to be part of the original ritual, a tool to forge weapons that could protect Luminoth. The curse upon it, the draining of life force, was not intended as a price, but as a way to channel the smith's own life energy into creating something truly extraordinary. "Your brother didn't fail in his spell," Drogath revealed to Sylvanes as she prepared to depart with the weapon. "The magic worked exactly as intended, but it needed both twins to complete it. When you imprisoned him, you interrupted a process that was meant to transform both of you together. This revelation led to their true plan. Instead of trying to destroy the Shadow King, they would complete the original ritual, but on their own terms. Drogath would use the forge one final time, not to create a weapon, but to forge a crown that could channel and balance the powers of light and shadow. The final battle took place in the heart of the Nightlands, where Thieler's shadow army gathered for their march on the lands of light. But when Sylvanes confronted her brother, it was not with the glaive raised to strike him down. Instead, she offered him the crown in her hand, choosing to share his burden rather than end it. The ritual that followed shook the foundations of the world. Drogath, his life force nearly spent at the forge, channeled the last of his energy into the crown, creating a bridge between the twins' powers. Where shadow and light met, they created something new, a realm of beautiful twilight, where both darkness and light had their place. Thieler restored to himself but forever changed, and Sylvanes, now sharing her brother's power but tempering it with her wisdom, became the Twilight's sovereigns. Their realm became a place where all peoples could find refuge, whether they walked in light or shadow. And Drogath? The forge's final working should have claimed his life, but the balanced power of the twins restored what shadow had taken. He returned to his forge, which no longer burned with purple flame, but with a gentle twilight fire. There he continued to craft, not weapons to harm the immortal, but tools to build a new world where such weapons would never be needed again. In the great halls of the Dwarves, they still tell this tale as a reminder that the greatest works of craft are not those that destroy, but those that transform, heal, and unite. And in the deepest night, it's said you can still hear the ring of Drogath's hammer, working in harmony with the eternal twilight that guards the realms of both light and shadow. Story 3. Moonlight spilled through the shattered domes of Luminar like liquid silver, casting ethereal shadows among the ruins of what was once the greatest elven city in the realm. Marcus Shadowbane, a warrior whose reputation had been forged in 100 battles, moved silently through the ancient corridors, his footsteps disturbing dust that had lain undisturbed for centuries. He hadn't come here seeking treasure, at least, not the kind that filled coffers. He sought answers about the mysterious disappearance of the elven people, who had vanished from the world almost overnight 3 centuries ago. What he found instead was a softly pulsing light emanating from beneath a fallen column. As he cleared away the debris, his hands brushed against something smooth and cold, an orb of crystal that seemed to contain a universe of stars within its depths. The moment his fingers closed around it, a voice like wind through ancient trees filled his mind. At last, it whispered, "A worthy vessel has been found." The world exploded in light, and when Marcus's vision cleared, he found his body transformed. His muscles now held the lithe strength of elven warriors. His senses had sharpened beyond human limits, and ancient knowledge buzzed at the edges of his consciousness. Within the orb, he realized, dwelt the essence of Selenara, the last elven queen, and she had chosen him as her guardian. The lunar crown must be restored, her voice echoed in his thoughts. The black equinox approaches, and with it, a darkness that will consume all worlds. Thus began a quest that would take Marcus across the known world and into realms of legend. The crown had been broken into 7 fragments, each imbued with a portion of the elven people's power. Without it whole once more, the barrier between worlds would continue to weaken, allowing ancient horrors to slip through the cracks in reality. His path soon crossed with Ravina Nightwhisper, a half-elven thief who had already claimed one of the fragments. She had stolen it from the dwarven treasury of Moria, and now both the Thieves' Guild and the Iron Knights pursued her relentlessly. Her mixed heritage had made her an outcast in both human and elven society, but it also gave her unique insights into the magic that bound the fragments together. "The dwarves don't know what they're guarding," she told Marcus as they fled through the shadow markets of the great city of Crossroads. "These aren't just jewels, they're keys to the gates between worlds." The elves didn't vanish. They sealed themselves away to protect us all. Their unlikely alliance was tested as they pursued the remaining fragments. In the floating gardens of Etherspire, they battled corrupt mage lords who had used a fragment's power to enslave air spirits. Deep in the caverns of time, they faced echoes of ancient battles where fragments had torn holes in the fabric of history itself. Each piece they recovered added to the growing power within Marcus, transforming him further into something neither fully human nor truly elven. But they weren't the only ones seeking the crown. The Iron Knights, led by the zealous commander Darius, believed the fragments were weapons left by the elves, weapons that humanity should control. The Thieves' Guild, seeing the fragments' power to bend reality, planned to use them to rewrite the laws of ownership itself. And moving in shadows deeper than either organization, the Twilight Covenant waited, a secret society that had orchestrated the elves' disappearance for their own mysterious ends. As Marcus and Ravina recovered more fragments, the truth began to unravel. The elves hadn't sealed themselves away merely to protect the world, they had been containing something. Before their disappearance, they had discovered that reality itself was beginning to unravel. The space between worlds had begun to collapse, and creatures of chaos threatened to pour through the widening cracks. The lunar crown was both lock and key, holding reality together while providing a way for the elves to return when the danger had passed. But the Twilight Covenant had other plans. Led by the enigmatic Oracle, they believed that the collapse of reality was inevitable and necessary, a cosmic reset that would allow them to reshape the world according to their vision. They had been the ones to scatter the crown's fragments, hoping to accelerate the breakdown of barriers between worlds. The final confrontation came during the Black Equinox itself, in the heart of restored Luminar. As shadows lengthened and stars fell from the sky, Marcus and Ravina raced to complete the crown. The Oracle revealed herself as an elven sage who had opposed Queen Selenara's plan, believing that a new world could rise from the ashes of the old. As reality began to tear apart around them, Marcus made a choice that would echo through ages to come. Instead of simply reassembling the crown as Selenara had instructed, he listened to Ravina's suggestion to use their combined heritage, human and elven, to forge a new kind of seal. One that wouldn't just lock the chaos away, but transform it into something new. The resulting magic changed everything. The barriers between worlds weren't restored to their former rigidity. Instead, they became permeable in controlled ways. The elven people began to return, not to a world apart, but to one where the boundaries between races and realms had become fluid and dynamic. The Twilight Covenant's dream of renewal was achieved, but through evolution rather than destruction. Marcus and Ravina became the first of a new order of guardians, neither fully of one world or another, but bridges between all realms. The lunar crown, restored but transformed, became a symbol not of separation but of connection. And in the great library of restored Luminar, scribes recorded a new prophecy that the greatest power lies not in preserving the boundaries between worlds, but in learning to cross them wisely. As for the Oracle, she chose exile in the spaces between worlds, acknowledging that perhaps there were more paths to renewal than she had imagined. And on quiet nights, when the barriers between worlds grow thin, they say you can still hear Queen Selenara's voice on the wind, singing songs not of what was lost, but of what was found in the spaces between reality's many facets. Story 4. The silver spires of Altabrisa pierced the dawn sky like ancient spears, their crystalline surfaces catching the first light of day and transforming it into cascading rainbows that danced across the city below. For centuries, these towers had stood as beacons of hope, protected by the great dragon guardians who had sworn allegiance to the realm. But on this morning, as Aerith climbed the highest tower of the Dracomancer's Academy, something was terribly wrong. Ororix, the last of the great guardian dragons, had vanished from his roost atop the Silver Mountains. The massive golden dragon, whose wings could shade entire valleys and whose roar could shake the foundations of mountains, had disappeared without a trace. The council chambers buzzed with whispered fears and accusations, but Aerith, youngest of the Dracomancer apprentices, knew something they didn't. In her dreams, she had seen dragons turning to crystal, their mighty forms freezing mid-flight like statues in a forgotten garden. At first, she had dismissed these visions as nothing more than nightmares born of too many late nights studying ancient texts. But now, standing in Ororix's empty sanctuary, her hand traced patterns of crystalline growth spreading across his abandoned nest. "Beautiful, isn't it?" A rough voice spoke from the shadows. The way the crystal catches the light, almost like they're still alive in there, Aerith spun to face a figure she had only seen in wanted posters. Grim Barbanegra, the infamous dragon hunter. But something was wrong with this picture. The man's eyes, instead of showing the cruel gleam she had expected, held a deep sadness, and his legendary black blade was sheathed. "You're not here to hunt," she realized. "You're here because you know what's happening to them." Grim's weather-worn face creased in a bitter smile. "I've been tracking this curse for months. Started in the far northern reaches, where the wild dragons roost. One by one, they're all turning to crystal. But Ororix, he was different. He knew it was coming for him. The revelation shook Altabrisa to its foundations. A curse was transforming dragons into crystal, and only the legendary Emerald Heart could reverse it. This ancient artifact, said to contain the first spark of dragon fire ever gifted to mortals, had been lost for centuries. But Ororix had left clues, encoded in the very patterns of crystal growing across his nest. Together, the unlikely pair of apprentice Dracomancer and reformed dragon hunter embarked on a desperate quest. Their path led them through the whispering woods, where trees spoke in riddles and the very air seemed alive with magic. They crossed the Mirrorsen Desert, where crystallized dragons stood like magnificent statues, their frozen forms casting ever-changing shadows across the dunes. As they traveled, Grim revealed his connection to Ororix years ago. He had been poised to make his greatest kill, tracking the mighty guardian dragon to his secret retreat. But instead of fighting, Ororix had shown him a vision of the future, one where dragons and humans would need each other more than ever. That day, Grim had laid down his dragon hunting weapons and become a secret guardian himself, watching from the shadows. Their journey led them to discoveries more troubling than they had imagined. The crystal transformation wasn't a natural curse at all. It was the work of the very council of mages that governed Altabrisa. Led by Archmagister Thane, Aerith's own mentor, they had developed a spell to transform dragons into living crystals, intending to harness their power as an eternal energy source for the city. "They believe they're doing what's necessary," Grim explained as they crouched in the shadow of a crystallized dragon, watching mage scouts pass by. "The city's power is failing, and dragon magic is the strongest force they know. But they don't understand what they're destroying, the Emerald Heart. When they finally found it hidden in the heart of an ancient volcano, was not what they expected. Rather than a simple gem, it was a living crystal that pulsed with the combined heartbeats of every dragon that had ever lived. Ororix had led them here not just to find a cure, but to understand the truth. Dragons were not mere creatures of flesh and blood, but embodiments of the world's magic itself. The final confrontation came in the great courtyard of Altabrisa, where the council of mages had gathered to complete their grand working. Dozens of crystallized dragons stood in a vast circle, their frozen forms channeling magical energy into the city's failing wards. But as Archmagister Thane began the final incantation, Aerith stepped forward with the Emerald Heart held high. "The dragons are not our batteries to drain," she declared, her voice carrying the wisdom of ancient dragons. "They are the guardians of magic itself." In crystallizing them, you're not just imprisoning them, you're freezing the very heart of our world's magic. The truth of her words was proven as the emerald heart pulsed with blinding light, and every crystallized dragon began to resonate with its power. The curse began to crack, but not simply to free the dragons, it revealed what Oryx had known all along. The crystallization was part of a natural cycle, a transformation that would have allowed dragons to evolve into beings of pure magical energy, had it not been corrupted by the Council's interference. In a moment of light and transformation, the dragons burst free from their crystal prisons, but they were changed. Their scales now held the shimmer of living crystal, and their eyes blazed with internal fire. They had become crystal dragons, not through curse or corruption, but through natural evolution. Oryx, who had hidden himself in plain sight as one of the crystallized statues, emerged in his new form, a being of golden crystal and living light. The Council of Mages, faced with the true magnitude of what they had nearly destroyed, surrendered their authority over dragon matters. A new covenant was formed, with Aerith and Grimm as its first members, dedicated to understanding and protecting the natural evolution of magic, rather than trying to control it. Altabrisa changed too. The city learned to work with the natural flow of dragon magic, rather than trying to harvest it. The crystal dragons became not just guardians but teachers, helping mortals understand the deeper rhythms of magic in the world. And in the highest tower of the Dracomancer's Academy, the Emerald Heart found a new home, its pulse a constant reminder that the greatest power comes not from controlling magic, but from growing with it. Years later, young Dracomancers would still tell tales of Aerith and Grimm, the unlikely heroes who helped the dragons evolve rather than trying to preserve them unchanged. And on clear nights, the citizens of Altabrisa would watch in wonder as crystal dragons soared through the star-filled sky, their wings catching the light of the moon and transforming it into cascading rainbows that danced across the city below. Story 5. The ancient stones of the Shadowspine Mountains whispered with memories of a time when elves and dwarves walked these lands as allies. Now, centuries later, those same peaks stood as silent sentinels over the wasteland that stretched between their realms, a scarred reminder of their bitter falling out. It was here, in this no-man's land of twisted magic and abandoned forges, that Syria Brightweave worked her forbidden art. The half-elven artificer's fingers danced over the intricate device before her, weaving strands of silvery elven magic through clockwork gears of dwarven make. The workshop around her was a curious blend of both worlds. Delicate crystal formations housing arcane energies grew alongside precisely calibrated machinery, while ancient scrolls shared shelf space with technical diagrams. "Just a touch more," she whispered, her mismatched eyes one emerald green, one steel gray focused intently on her work. The artifact in her hands, a delicate compass-like device, began to hum with power as elven runes flickered across its dwarven-forged surface. This was her gift, her curse, the ability to see how the two traditions could be merged, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. A sudden crash from outside shattered her concentration. The magical energies she'd been weaving sparked and crackled, forcing her to quickly stabilize the device before it could explode. Syria cursed under her breath, her pointed ears twitching at the sound of heavy footfalls approaching her hidden sanctuary. She reached for her staff, another of her hybrid creations, combining elven crystal with dwarven metallurgy, when a gruff voice called out, "If you're planning to blast me, lass, at least check who it is first." The tension in her shoulders eased slightly as Jernir Brunzeebird stepped into view, though his unexpected appearance was concerning. The dwarf hunter was supposed to be tracking dragon movements in the far reaches of the wastelands, not returning to her workshop unannounced. "You're back early," she said, noting the fresh scorch marks on his enchanted armor and the troubled look in his eyes. Despite his weathered appearance, and the thick braids of his copper-colored beard. There was something about Dernier that had always struck her as different from other dwarves. Perhaps it was the way he moved too gracefully for one of his kind, or the curious gleam in his eyes when she worked her hybrid magic. "The dragons aren't just moving anymore," he replied grimly, dropping a twisted piece of metal onto her workbench. "They're organizing. And worse, they're using magic they shouldn't have access to." Syria picked up the fragment, her eyes widening as she recognized the fusion of dwarven metallurgy and elven enchantments. "This is impossible. No one else knows how to create these hybridized artifacts. Someone or something does." Dernier moved closer, lowering his voice. "And that's not all. The prophecy of the Twilight Crown is spreading through both kingdoms. The one about the forbidden union of powers bringing both salvation and destruction." Syria's blood ran cold. She'd heard whispers of the prophecy before, but had dismissed them as simple superstition. Now, looking at the corrupted artifact in her hands, she wasn't so sure. "They're hunting you, lass," Dernier continued. "Both sides. The Elven Twilight Council sees your work as an abomination, and the Dwarven Ironheart Assembly believes you're stealing their secrets. I had to fight through 3 separate ambush parties to get here," as if to emphasize his point. A distant horn echoed across the wasteland, the signature sound of an elven hunting party. Moments later, the rhythmic pounding of dwarven war drums joined the chorus. "We need to move," Dernier said, already gathering her most essential tools. "I know a place." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes fixed on something behind her. Syria turned to find her latest creation, the compass-like device, spinning wildly on her workbench. Its needle wasn't pointing north, but rather straight down, while the elven runes along its surface blazed with an intensity that filled the workshop with azure light. "That's not supposed to happen," she breathed, reaching for the device. The moment her fingers touched its surface, a vision flashed through her mind. Vast chambers deep beneath the earth, where crystals pulsed with otherworldly light and massive geometric patterns stretched across ancient stones. At the center of it all, something stirred, something that had slumbered for millennia, dreaming of the day when elven magic and dwarven craft would once again be united. When the vision cleared, she found Dernier supporting her, his face etched with concern. But there was something else in his expression: recognition. "You saw it too, didn't you?" she asked. "The chambers below," he nodded slowly. "I've spent centuries trying to prevent anyone from finding that place. The dragons aren't organizing themselves, they're being called. The Ancient One is awakening. Centuries." Syria stared at her dwarven friend with new understanding. "You're not just a hunter, are you?" Dernier's weathered features seemed to shift, revealing something older and more ethereal beneath the dwarven exterior. "I am a guardian, sworn to prevent the catastrophe that tore our peoples apart from ever happening again. We thought we could control the fusion of powers, but its true nature was beyond us. The corruption it spawned nearly destroyed both kingdoms." The sound of approaching forces grew louder, but Syria barely noticed. Her mind was racing, connecting pieces of a puzzle she hadn't known existed. The hybrid artifacts, the prophecy, the dragons. "It's all connected to what's buried below." "Yes," Dernier confirmed. "And now we have a choice to make. We can run, try to survive while both kingdoms hunt us down. Or we can descend into those chambers and face whatever's awakening," Syria finished. She looked at her workshop, at the years of work spent trying to prove that the two traditions could be united. Maybe that's what the prophecy really means. Not that the fusion of powers will bring destruction, but that only by truly understanding it can we prevent disaster. Dernier smiled, and for a moment, His true form shimmered through more clearly an ancient being who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. I was hoping you'd say that Syria quickly gathered her most important creations, including the compass that had triggered the vision. As their pursuers drew closer, she and Dernier discovered a hidden entrance beneath her workshop, leading to tunnels that seemed to pulse with the same energy she'd sensed in her vision. As they descended into the unknown depths, Syria realized that her life's work hadn't been a mistake. After all, it had been preparation. The true test of whether elven magic and dwarven craft could coexist wasn't in the artifact she'd created, but in what she and Dernier would discover in the ancient chambers below. The fate of both kingdoms now rested on their ability to understand and control the very power that had once torn them apart. And as they ventured deeper beneath the Shadowspine Mountains, neither could shake the feeling that they were not only racing against their pursuers above, but against time itself, for the Ancient One was stirring, and with it, the possibility of either salvation or destruction for all. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the Iron Crown Mountains, where ancient dwarven highways wound through stone like veins of precious metal, Prince Thorin Rubyheart stood before a weathered map that promised both glory and adventure. The parchment, covered in runes that seemed to shift in the crystalline lamplight, had been discovered in his grandfather's secret vault, a map leading to something impossible, an elven city buried in the depths of the mountain itself. His chambers, hewn from living rock and adorned with tapestries depicting the great deeds of his ancestors, felt suddenly too confining. The young prince's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the map, his mind racing with possibilities. Unlike his forebears, who saw only the wealth that could be carved from stone, Thorin had always been fascinated by the mysteries that lay buried in the deep places of the world. "They'll call it foolishness," came a voice from the shadows. Lyra Moonshadow stepped into the light, her silver hair and pale skin marking her as one of the few elven emissaries permitted within the dwarven halls. Searching for an elven city in the domain of the dwarves? It goes against everything both our peoples believe. Thorin's dark eyes met her luminous ones. "And yet you're here, aren't you?" A slight smile played across Lyra's face. She had been exiled from the elven courts for her controversial theories about the ancient connections between their peoples. The scrolls in your grandfather's vault speak of a time before the Sundering, when elves and dwarves worked together to create wonders that neither race could achieve alone. Their unlikely partnership had already drawn suspicious whispers from the dwarven court. But Thorin knew he would need both Lyra's knowledge of elven lore and her magic if they were to succeed. The map showed a path through long-abandoned mines and natural caverns, leading to something marked only as the Shining Gate. Within a fortnight, they had assembled their company, 5 dwarven miners and craftsmen who still held loyalty to the House of Rubyheart, 3 exile elves who had followed Lyra into banishment, and a mysterious figure known only as the Grey Walker, a wanderer who claimed knowledge of both elven and dwarven magical traditions. The descent into the deep was like entering another world. Ancient dwarven tunnels gave way to natural caverns adorned with crystals that sang soft harmonies when touched. The air grew thick with the weight of forgotten memories, and even the most hardened miners among them fell silent in wonder. On the 7th day below ground, they found the first signs that the map spoke truth. Carved into the living rock were patterns that could only have been made by elven hands, yet they incorporated dwarven runes in ways that defied conventional understanding. The Grey Walker spent hours studying these markings, his weathered face growing increasingly troubled. "These are warnings," he finally announced, his voice echoing in the chamber. "They speak of a prison built by both races, meant to contain something. Or someone." Lyra's face paled as she studied the runes. "Not someone," she whispered. "Queen Celesta the Dreamer. the last ruler of the unified realms, before the sundering tore our peoples apart. The name sent a chill through the company. Even among dwarves, tales were still told of the elven queen who had sought to fuse the deepest magics of both races, believing it would usher in an age of unprecedented power and prosperity. The stories never explained exactly what had gone wrong, only that the catastrophe had driven elves and dwarves apart forever. They pressed on, following tunnels that showed increasingly sophisticated blends of elven and dwarven architecture. The air hummed with ancient magics, and more than once they had to defend themselves against twisted creatures that seemed born from the fusion of crystal and shadow. Finally, they reached the shining gate. It rose before them like a frozen waterfall of light, its surface etched with runes that pulsed in rhythm with the beat of their hearts. The gray walker stepped forward, his true form shimming for a moment to reveal something ancient and powerful. Beyond this gate lies the lost city of Luminar, he said solemnly. Built as both a bridge between our peoples and, when that failed, transformed into a prison for one who dared to reach too far. But even as he spoke these words of warning, the gate began to respond to their presence. It recognized something in their company, the unique blend of elven and dwarven blood, perhaps, or the very fact that they had come together, despite centuries of mistrust. The city that lay beyond defied description. Towers of crystal and steel rose like frozen music, their surfaces reflecting light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Streets paved with precious stones wound between buildings that combined the organic grace of elven architecture with the solid geometry of dwarven craftsmanship. At the city's heart, they found her. Queen Celesta floated in a chamber of pure energy, her form both corporeal and ethereal, like a statue carved from starlight. Her eyes opened as they entered, and her voice echoed not in their ears, but in their minds. So many centuries waiting for this moment, she said. For those who would understand that division leads only to stagnation, while unity, she gestured, and the chamber around them blazed with possibilities, visions of wonders that could be achieved if only their peoples worked together again. Thorin stepped forward, drawn by the beauty of these visions. But Lyra caught his arm, her eyes wide with sudden understanding. This is the true prison, she said. Not the city, but the dream itself. The belief that we can force our peoples to unite before they are ready, the gray walker nodded. The sundering happened not because unity was impossible, but because Celesta tried to forge it through power rather than understanding. Some things must grow naturally, like crystals in a cave, not be forced into being. Queen Celesta's form flickered, her beautiful face showing a moment of ancient sadness. And so you choose to leave me here? To abandon the dream once again? Thorin looked around at their company, dwarves and elves who had learned to trust each other, not through grand magical fusion, but through shared dangers and small kindnesses. No, he said. We choose to build that dream ourselves, step by step, friendship by friendship. The lost city will remain lost for now, a reminder of both the possibilities and dangers of rushing toward destiny as they made their way back to the surface. Thorin knew that neither the dwarven courts nor the elven councils would learn the full truth of what they had found. Some secrets were better kept, preserved like seeds waiting for the right season to grow. But their company remained united, a living proof that bridges could be built between their peoples not through grand gestures or magical fusion, but through the simple choice to see beyond ancient prejudices and work together toward a better future. Story 7. The great halls of Irondeep echoed with the sound of shattering crystal. King Grim Warforged rushed to the Chamber of Ancestors, his heavy boots ringing against stone floors that now bore an alarming sheen like ice, but harder, clearer, more inexorable in its advance. The ancient throne room, heart of the dwarven kingdom, was transforming before his eyes. The crystallization had begun 3 days ago in the deepest mines. At first, they thought it was a natural formation, beautiful in its geometric perfection. But then a young miner's hand brushed against it, and before the horrified eyes of his companions, he turned to living crystal, his final expression one of surprise rather than pain. Now, as Grim watched, the crystalline transformation crept up the carved pillars of his throne room, each surface it touched becoming transparent, yet somehow retaining the ghost of its original form, like insects preserved in amber, but with an otherworldly, almost beautiful malevolence. "My king," the voice echoed from the entrance hall. Grim turned to see his chief artificer, Ronin Gearcutter, leading a cloaked figure into the chamber. "The elven envoy has arrived." The figure lowered her hood, revealing features that seemed carved from moonlight itself. Ethereal Dawnweaver stood tall among the dwarves, her silver hair cascading like liquid starlight, her eyes holding the wisdom of centuries. But it was the concern in those ancient eyes that made Grim's heart sink. "Then it's true," she said, her melodic voice carrying an edge of fear. "The crystal curse has reached your halls as well." Grim's thick eyebrows rose. "As well? You mean the Everwood forest is crystallizing," Ethereal confirmed. "Our oldest trees, our sacred groves, all slowly turning to crystal. And those who touch it," she didn't need to finish the sentence. The king led them to his war room, where maps covered tables of solid stone, though even these were beginning to show signs of the crystalline transformation at their edges. Ethereal placed her own map alongside the dwarven charts, and a disturbing pattern emerged. The crystallization was spreading in a perfect circle, with its center point somewhere between their two kingdoms. "There are legends," Ethereal said carefully, "of a time before the sundering of our peoples. Of a great dragon of crystal who slumbered in the deep places between our realms," Ronin snorted. "Fairy tales. Begging your pardon, my lady, but we dwarves have mapped every tunnel and cavern in these mountains. Have you?" Ethereal's eye caught the gleam of crystal creeping along the room's far wall. "Or have you mapped only what the dragon wanted you to find?" Before Ronin could respond, a young dwarf burst into the room, his beard still showing traces of rock dust from the mines. "My king, we've found something in the old archives. Records from before the Great Schism, speaking of a pact made with a being called the Crystal Worm. The ancient scrolls were brought forth, their surfaces miraculously untouched by the spreading crystallization. As they read, a story unfolded of a time when elves and dwarves worked together to bind a powerful entity that threatened to transform all the lands into its crystalline domain. The dragon had been imprisoned in a chamber that existed simultaneously in the physical realm and in a dimension of pure crystal, sealed by magic that combined elven sorcery with dwarven runecraft. "The seals," Ethereal whispered. "They're failing." After all these centuries, Grim studied the ancient diagrams. The original binding required the combined powers of both our peoples. "If we're to renew it, we'll have to work together again," Ethereal finished. After 500 years of mistrust and separation, the king looked around his crystallizing throne room at generations of dwarven history slowly being transformed into something alien and beautiful and terrifying. "Then we'd best work quickly." What followed was an unprecedented cooperation between the two races. Elven mages worked alongside dwarven runesmiths, combining their knowledge in ways not seen for centuries. They discovered that while the crystal transformed everything it touched, it could be temporarily halted by a combination of elven songcraft and dwarven forge magic. The joint expedition descended into the depths where the two kingdoms met, following the spreading crystal to its source. The tunnels here were unlike anything in either realm, perfect geometric patterns that seemed to fold in on themselves in ways that defied normal space, surfaces that reflected not just light, but time itself, showing glimpses of past and future in their faceted depths. At the heart of it all, they found the chamber. The crystal worm floated in a space that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once, its body a masterwork of crystalline geometry that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. As they entered, its consciousness brushed against theirs like facets of diamond against silk. So, it communicated, not in words but in prismatic bursts of thought. The children return at last. Have you come to renew my bonds? Or to finally understand? Ethereal stepped forward, her magic weaving patterns in the air. We've come to stop you from transforming our realms. Transform? The dragon's thoughts held something like amusement. I preserve. I perfect. Look upon your works in crystal and see how beautiful they become. Freed from the ravages of time, Grim joined her, his runic hammer glowing with power. Beauty without change is no beauty at all. Life requires growth, transformation by choice, not by force. The chamber trembled as the crystal worm fully awakened, its power pulsing through the geometric patterns around them. Then choose. Join together and bind me once more if you can still remember how, or watch as I make your realms eternal, perfect, unchanging. What followed was a battle unlike any in the histories of either people. Elven magic and dwarven runes wove together in desperate patterns, seeking to recreate the ancient bindings. The crystal worm's power threatened to overwhelm them, each burst of its crystal energy requiring both races working in perfect harmony to deflect. But in working together to combat this threat, something unexpected happened. The old skills of cooperation, lost for centuries, began to resurface. Elven songs harmonized with dwarven chants, their magics braiding together not just by necessity, but with growing understanding. The final binding, when it came, was different from the ancient version. Instead of merely imprisoning the crystal worm, their combined power created a new kind of seal, one that would allow small amounts of the dragon's power to flow safely into both realms, creating places of wonder and beauty, but preventing the wholesale transformation it had planned. As they emerged from the depths, they found the crystal transformation had halted, though its effects remained in places, eternal reminders of how close both kingdoms had come to becoming perfect, beautiful, and utterly lifeless. The event marked the beginning of a new era of cooperation between elves and dwarves. While they maintained their separate kingdoms, the shared guardianship of the crystal worm's binding created lasting bonds between their peoples. In time, the crystallized spaces in both realms became places of great significance, where young elves and dwarves would come to study together, learning to combine their arts in ways that honored both tradition and change. And deep below, the crystal worm dreamed its geometric dreams, its power now a gift rather than a curse, reminding both peoples that the most enduring beauty comes not from unchanging perfection, but from the willing cooperation of different natures working in harmony. Story 8. The Sword of Twilight sang its dark song as Lord Drakenor led his army through the Silvermist Valley. Each step brought him closer to the elven realms he had once called home, though none of his human soldiers knew the truth that lay beneath his enchanted armor. In the pale morning light, his blade pulsed with an unsettling purple glow, drinking in the ambient magic that saturated these ancient lands. Behind his helm, Drakenor's transformed features twisted in pain. The curse that had changed him from an elven archmagus into this feared human warlord grew stronger as they approached his former homeland. Each magical essence his sword drained would eventually flow into him, forcing him to continue his campaign of destruction or face a fate worse than death. Among the ancient trees ahead lay Silverleaf Haven, one of the last great elven cities. Its graceful spires, woven from living wood and morning light, rose above the canopy like the crown of nature itself. The sight made his heart ache with memories of a time before the curse, before the Twilight Blade had chosen him as its wielder. "My lord," his lieutenant approached. "Our scouts report unusual movement in the forest. The elves appear to be evacuating the city." Drakenor nodded, though the news troubled him. The elven defenders should have stood their ground, as they had at other cities. Something was different here. As his army made camp for the night, a figure slipped through their perimeter, not toward the city, but into his own tent. Drakenor's hand went to the Twilight Blade, then froze as he recognized the intruder's aura. "After all these years, Uncle." Mira Jades stepped from the shadows, her apprentice robes marking her as a student of the magical arts. But there was nothing apprentice-like about the way she held herself, or the knowing look in her eyes. "Or should I call you Lord Drakenor now?" The curse prevented him from removing his helm or speaking his true name, but he managed to grind out, "How did you know?" "The patterns of your attacks," she said, moving closer. "Always striking at centers of magical power, draining them, yet somehow leaving escape routes for the majority of our people. No human warlord would be so precise." A bitter laugh escaped him. "Clever girl. But knowledge is dangerous. If the blade senses that someone knows my true identity, it will destroy you." Mira's eyes gleamed. "That's not quite accurate, is it? I've spent years researching the Twilight Blade's curse. The prophecies, the ancient warnings. They all spoke of a weapon that would turn our greatest defender into our greatest threat. But they also spoke of a way to break the curse." The sword at his side hummed ominously, its purple light intensifying. Drakenor felt its hunger growing, urging him to strike her down. "Leave," he commanded, "before it forces my hand." Instead, Mira held up an ancient scroll. "The blade's curse requires you to feed it magical essence, yes, but it never specified whose magic." She unrolled the parchment, revealing complex magical formulae. "What if, instead of draining others, you could offer it your own power? A willing sacrifice instead of stolen essence?" The notion struck him like a physical blow. In all the years since the curse had transformed him, he had never considered. "It would kill me," he said finally. "Perhaps. Or perhaps it would break the curse entirely." The oldest texts speak of willing sacrifice as the counter to any dark enchantment. She stepped closer still, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And you would no longer be forced to destroy your own people." The Twilight Blade's song reached a fever pitch, sensing the threat to its control. Drakenor's armor felt like it was burning his flesh, the curse trying to force him to cut down this threat to its power. But for the first time in years, he felt something stronger than the curse: hope. Dawn found the human army in disarray, their commander missing. They would later tell tales of strange lights in the forest that night, of a magical duel that shook the earth and filled the sky with aurora like displays of power. Some claimed to have seen their leader fighting against a young elven mage, their powers so intense that reality itself seemed to warp around them. In truth, what happened that night was both simpler and more complex than any of them imagined. In a clearing sacred to the old magics, Mira had prepared a ritual circle. There, Drakenor willingly turned the Twilight Blade's hunger upon himself, offering up centuries of accumulated magical power into its endless void. The sword's dark song rose to a crescendo as it greedily devoured its wielder's essence. But Mira had been right. Freely given power flowed differently than that taken by force. As Drakenor's magic poured into the blade, the curse began to fracture, unable to maintain its hold in the face of willing sacrifice. The transformation, when it came, was like a sunrise after the longest night. The curse shattered with a sound like breaking crystal, taking the twilight blade with it. Where the dreaded sword had been, only a handful of purple crystal shards remained, their hungry glow finally dimmed. Drakenor fell to his knees, his human armor falling away to reveal his true elven form, aged now, white-haired and worn, but himself again. Mira rushed to support him, tears streaming down her face as she recognized the uncle she had known in her childhood. "How did you know it would work?" he asked, his true voice rough from years of disuse. She smiled, helping him to his feet. "Because I remembered what you taught me when I was young, that true power comes not from what we take, but from what we willingly give." The story of Lord Drakenor's redemption spread through both human and elven lands, though few knew the full truth. The humans told tales of a warlord who vanished into legend, while the elves spoke in whispers of a lost son returned. The crystal shards of the Twilight Blade were scattered to the far corners of the world, their power spent, serving as reminders that even the darkest curse could be broken by the power of sacrifice and love. In time, Drakenor would recover much of his strength, though his hair remained white as snow. He dedicated himself to teaching young mages alongside his niece, who had grown into one of the most respected magical scholars of her generation. Together, they ensured that the true story of the Twilight Blade was preserved, not as a tale of darkness and curse, but as proof that redemption was possible even in the darkest of circumstances, if one had the courage to sacrifice everything for it. Story 9. The Crystal Forest whispered ancient secrets as Lyria Stardon pressed her palm against the towering oak before her. For centuries, the elves had communed with these sacred trees, drawing upon their wisdom and magic to protect their realm. But today, something was terribly wrong. The tree's song, usually a melodious hum of life and power, had grown faint and discordant. High in the emerald canopy above, crystal formations had begun to spread across the branches like frozen starlight. Beautiful, yes, but deadly for wherever the crystal touched. The living wood beneath slowly turned silent and cold. Lyria's heart ached as she sensed the tree's pain, its desperate struggle against this inexorable transformation. "My lady," a young scout dropped from the branches above, his green cloak shimmering with defensive enchantments. 3 more groves have begun to crystallize. The elders request your presence at the Council of Dawn. Lyria nodded grimly. As one of the few remaining tree speakers, those gifted with the ability to commune directly with the ancient forest, she had watched helplessly as this strange affliction spread through their woodland realm. What had begun as a curious phenomenon in the deepest parts of the forest now threatened the very heart of elven civilization. The council chamber was a marvel of elven architecture, its living walls grown from intertwined trees that reached toward the sky like graceful fingers. But even here, traces of crystal had begun to appear, casting rainbow refractions across the gathered faces of the elven elders. Before Lyria could speak, a commotion erupted at the chamber's entrance. The guards crossed their spears as a stocky figure pushed past them, a dwarf, his copper beard braided with runes of power, his eyes wild with urgency. "You must listen," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the sacred chamber. "I am Thornic Steelbeard, exiled master of the deep forges. What afflicts your forest is no natural phenomenon. It is connected to an ancient power that threatens both our peoples." The elders erupted in protests at this intrusion, but Lyria felt a sudden spark of hope. She had long suspected that this crystal plague was more than it appeared, and now, "Let him speak," she commanded, her voice carrying the authority of the forest itself. The chamber fell silent as Thornic approached the council circle. The crystal formations appeared in our deepest minds first, he explained, producing ancient scrolls from his pack. Our scholars discovered references to a time before the sundering of our peoples, when elves and dwarves worked together to contain a power too dangerous for either race to control alone. The scrolls, when unrolled, revealed diagrams that combined elven script with dwarven runes in ways that should have been impossible. They spoke of ancient forges where dwarven craftsmen worked alongside elven mages, combining their arts to create artifacts of incredible power. The containment is failing, Thornick continued. The magic that once bound this power required both races' arts to maintain. Without that connection, it weakens with each passing century. Lyria's mind raced with possibilities. The crystals. They're not destroying the forest's magic, are they? They're transforming it, trying to recreate something that was lost. The dwarf nodded eagerly. In our forges, the crystal seems to seek out our strongest enchantments, as if trying to combine them with some other form of magic. Your forest magic, perhaps? One of the elders, Celestian Moonlade, rose from his seat. Even if what you say is true, dwarf, the ancient ways are lost. Our peoples have been separate for too long. Not lost, Lyria interjected. Just forgotten, she turned to Thornick. You said you were exiled. Why? The dwarf's weathered face darkened. For suggesting that our people's magics were meant to work together. For trying to recreate the old techniques. He gestured to the crystal creeping up the chamber walls. I was right, though too late. Without the combined power of both races, this crystal transformation will continue until both our realms are nothing but beautiful, lifeless monuments to our failure. An urgent message arrived from the forest's edge. The crystallization was accelerating. Entire groves were transforming in moments rather than days. Time had run out for debate. What followed was unprecedented in living memory, a desperate collaboration between the two races. Dwarven craftsmen arrived with wagon loads of enchanted metals and gems, working alongside elven mages to forge new kinds of artifacts that drew upon both their traditions. Lyria and Thornick led the effort, combining her ability to communicate with the forest with his deep understanding of magical metallurgy. They discovered that while neither elven magic nor dwarven craft alone could stop the crystal's advance, together they could channel and redirect its power. The final ritual took place in the heart of the crystal forest. Dwarven forges burned with elven heartwood, while elven songs harmonized with the ringing of dwarven hammers. As the crystal transformation threatened to overwhelm them, Lyria reached out to the oldest trees while Thornick channeled power through specially prepared rune rings. The magic that flowed through them was unlike anything either race had experienced in centuries, not elven, not dwarven, but something greater than both. The crystal's advance halted, then began to recede, leaving behind something new. Trees with cores of living metal, stones that pulsed with forest magic. In the aftermath, both peoples were changed. The elves discovered that their connection to the forest had been enhanced by the dwarven enchantments, while the dwarves found their crafts imbued with new life by the forest's power. The crystal transformation had not been a curse, but a reminder, a message from their combined past about the power of unity. Thornick was welcomed back to his people as a visionary rather than an exile, while Lyria became known as the first of a new kind of tree speaker, one who could commune not just with the forest, but with the very essence of magic itself. The crystal forest remained as a testament to this renewed alliance. At its heart, a great school was established where both races could study together, learning to combine their arts in ways not seen since ancient times. The crystal trees there sang with harmonies of metal and magic, their songs a constant reminder that the greatest powers come not from isolation, but from the willing combination of different strengths. And sometimes on quiet evenings, Lyria and Thornic would sit beneath those glittering boughs, sharing tales of their people's ancient glory and planning for a future that would outshine even those legendary days, a future built not on the separation of their peoples, but on the incredible power of their cooperation. Story 10. Deep within the crystal forest, where ancient trees bore gems instead of fruits and the very air sparkled with magical potential, Lyridil moved like a shadow through the twilight. Her elven eyes, keen as a hawk's, scanned the crystalline formations that surrounded her, bow ready in her practiced hands. But she wasn't hunting game tonight. She was following the pulse of something far more ancient and dangerous. The forest floor beneath her feet had been trembling for days, a subtle vibration that grew stronger with each passing hour. As the realm's foremost scout and keeper of ancient lore, she had recognized the signs that others had dismissed. The legendary hammer of the first dwarves was stirring from its millennial slumber. As she approached a clearing bathed in moonlight, her eyes fell upon something that made her breath catch glowing runes, ancient dwarven script, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to beat like a heart. The writings crawled across the crystal-encrusted rocks, forming patterns that shifted and changed as she watched. Translating the ancient script, her heart grew cold. When the stars align and the earth trembles, the first hammer shall wake. Its power shall shatter the barriers, and what was bound shall be unbound. The prophecy confirmed her worst fears. The hammer, forged in the dawn of time by the greatest dwarven smiths, had been used to seal away the forces of primordial chaos in an age-long past. Now it was awakening, and with it, the ancient wards were beginning to fail. Her contemplation was interrupted by the sound of heavy boots on crystal. Spinning arrow knocked, she found herself facing a dwarf unlike any she had seen before. His beard was adorned with shards of black crystal, his armor bore the marks of exile, and his eyes held the weight of centuries. "I am Thorin Forgefero," he spoke, his voice like distant thunder. "And you, elf, are reading my family's shame." The revelation shook Lyridil. The Forgefero clan had vanished from the dwarven kingdom centuries ago, after being accused of dabbling in forbidden magics. But as Thorin shared his tale, a far more complex story emerged. His ancestors hadn't been corrupting magic, they had been its guardians, chosen by the first hammer itself to maintain the seals that kept chaos at bay. But our own people turned against us, Thorin explained, bitterness edging his words. They feared what they didn't understand. Now none remain who know the true rituals to contain the hammer's power when it wakes. Their unlikely alliance was forged in that moment of shared understanding. Together, they raced against time to gather the elements needed for the containment ritual: starlight caught in crystal, the essence of ancient trees, and most importantly, the combined magic of elf and dwarf, a cooperation not seen since the age of the first hammer itself. But they weren't alone in their quest. A shadow organization known as the Order of the Dark Forge had been watching, waiting for this moment. These corrupted mages sought to harness the hammer's power for their own ends, believing they could control the chaos it would unleash. As Lyridil and Thorin delved deeper into ancient lore, they discovered that the hammer's awakening was more than just a threat, it was a test. The ancient smiths had designed it to awaken periodically, forcing the races to either work together to contain it or face destruction. The very prejudices and divisions that had driven the Forgefero clan into exile were what the hammer had been created to challenge. Their journey led them through the forgotten places of the world, the caverns of enlightenment, where crystals held the memories of ages past, the forge of stars, where the boundaries between earth and sky blurred, and finally to the heart of the mountain itself, where the hammer had first been crafted. The Order of the Dark Forge dogged their steps, setting traps and spreading discord. They whispered ancient prejudices into the ears of both elven and dwarven leaders, trying to prevent the alliance that was forming. But for every seed of doubt they planted, Lyridiel and Thorin's growing trust in each other proved stronger. The final confrontation came as the stars aligned exactly as the prophecy had foretold. The hammer, a masterwork of metal and magic that seemed to contain a universe within its head, rose from its resting place in a pillar of blinding light. The Order of the Dark Forge attacked, their corrupted magic clashing with the combined might of elf and dwarf. But the true battle wasn't fought with weapons or spells. As the hammer's power threatened to break free and shatter reality itself, Lyridiel and Thorin realized the truth hidden in the ancient runes. The hammer's power couldn't be contained by force or ritual alone. It required understanding, trust, and the breaking of ancient prejudices. In a moment that would be sung of for generations to come, elf and dwarf stood together, their magic intertwining in ways not seen since the world was young. The hammer's power responded not to their attempt to control it, but to their willingness to work together, to trust despite centuries of mistrust. The Order's schemes crumbled as the hammer's true purpose was revealed. It had never been meant as a weapon or a seal, but as a tool of creation, one that could only be wielded by those who understood that the strongest bonds are forged between different metals, just as the strongest magic comes from the union of different peoples. Under Lyridiel and Thorin's combined guidance, the hammer's power was not sealed away, but transformed. The barriers it had once maintained were reshaped into bridges, allowing the free flow of magic and knowledge between realms while still protecting against true chaos. The crystal forest itself was transformed, becoming a place where elf and dwarf could meet freely, its crystals now growing in patterns that reflected both cultures' artistry. The Forgeferro clan was restored to honor, not just among dwarves, but among elves as well, recognized as guardians of a deeper truth about the nature of power and unity. And in the centuries that followed, when young elves and dwarves asked why the two peoples worked so closely together, their elders would tell them the tale of the scout and the exile who learned that the mightiest barriers are those we build in our hearts, and the greatest magic comes from breaking them down.